15, J, something to repeat.
If you're accountant, virtual accounting is There's no specific protocol. We can sit anywhere. Except on the chair. Okay. It's not a chair. It's not on the chair. It's like there is no specific protocol. No, I can sit anywhere. There is some chairs. Please. Yeah. Yes. Maybe so say yeah, maybe it just get as yes. Yeah. Yes. Right. Our relations. Oh, yeah. Not unfair. I think. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? For today's adult evening, please have a nice weekend. Please switch off or make sure your mobile phones are in position to detect this effect. Thank you. morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Conference and Workshop, or Across Languages, How Quran's Translation Shaped Visualization in World History, organized by School of Graduate Studies and the Quranic Studies Program of State Islamic University of Sunan Kalijaga in collaboration with the European Quran Project and University of Nepal di Atlanta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's an honor to us to inform you that among us here we have the Honorable Director of State Islamic University Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Pil Al-Makin MA, the Convener and also one of principal investigators of the European Quran Project, Professor Roberto from University of Naples, the Atlanta. The Convener, Professor Dr. Sahiron MA from Islamic State University, Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. The Honorable all speakers, Professor Dr. Gerald Richards from University of Amsterdam, Professor Dr. Yumi Sagahara from Osaka University, Professor Dr. Yusuf Rahman MA from State Islamic University, Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta, and Professor Dr. Nur Iwan MA from State Islamic University, Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the ceremony by singing Indonesian national anthem and hymn of Islamic State University, Sunan Kalijaga. For the all audiences, please rise. For real audiences, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, now this is the high time for us to listen the short speech from the confidant. We would like to invite to the podium Professor Roberto. Please welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you. There are many reasons for us and for me to be excited about this meeting. Still, I'd like to go back to its origin and what connected me and a group of scholars of the European RAN project to win Sunan Galajaga, Jakarta in October 2022. I was in Java for official visits to Indonesian universities, and Dr. Fadli Rahman invited me to come here and present the project. To my great pleasure, I came to know this place and met people belonging to Indonesian scholarly tradition. I already knew about this scholarly tradition from studies of colleagues in Europe and all over the world. During time, I came across Indonesian Islamic tradition and literature, as well as its scholarly, long-established institution. But that was an excellent opportunity to come and touch it directly. When I went back to my colleagues and researchers in Europe and in Italy, I told them that for the sake of dissemination of the UQ project, Win University Galijaga Yogyakarta, with the people I met here, was a significant place. Not in terms of only presenting the result of our project, and what we have found so far, but for proposing a specific project that would allow us to take a further step forward. That is, to share a common topic, bring in different experiences regarding in-depth studies inside each tradition, and try to share perspectives and compare results. This was the idea that I shared with Fadli and that we shared in our places with our different environments. And that was at the origin of the call of papers and finally of these 3 days meeting. Nothing better than the reception of the Quran, mainly through translation, but also by exegetical efforts on meanings, could constitute a common ground to measure approaches and results and try to go beyond the mere historical analysis. Sure, the historical analysis in each case study presented here is fundamental. And what I said is not meant to diminish the significance of inquiring into the past, absolutely. Still, we are here to share this, to move beyond to a possible joint discussion on the reception of the Quran in different regions around a specific topic. And the topic is the significance of translation as a tool to approach the Quran in Islamic world and non-Islamic places. Translation actually is thus conceived as one particular chapter in the reception history of the Quran. And it is intended, in my opinion, here in broad terms. But let me stop here as regards the conference and its topics and come to a more general perspective. I thank the conveners, my colleague Sahiron Shamsuddin, the rector of WIN in Yogyakarta, for hosting us here. As the rector of my university, I am also happy that my visit 2 years ago was the occasion to sign an MOU with your university, and I hope that this is a first step in the collaboration between institutions. Along with the high significance that this meeting has for our project UQ, there is a higher significance that relates to the role that relations between our institutions have in the name of scholarship, and it can play in mutual understanding an important role, and also for sharing research. We need to know each other better, I guess, and I'm sure we are on the way to it, starting from what, even if in translation, is read in common and read in search of meaning as a way to bring together advantage. I am sure, inaugurating this conference, that also in this regard, this conference, thanks to you and all the participants, can be a very good occasion and a success, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. For the next speech will be delivered by Director of School of Graduate Studies to Professor Dr. Abdul Mustaqim MIK. Please come to stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah. His Excellency Professor Dr. Al-Hajj Al-Makin, MAPHC, Rector of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, Yogyakarta. His Excellency Professor Roberto, distinguished speaker and also governor in this international conference and workshop. Infinite to all Uin Sunan Kalijaga, Crazy Village, Professor Roberto. Honorable Vice Rector, Professor Dr. Sahiron Shamsuddin, the founder of the theory Maknatul Maksah. Thank you. And also respectable Professor Ahmad Mutakin, PhD, Vice Director of Pascasarjana UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Ahmad Rafiq, PhD, the head of doctoral program of Islamic Studies, and his secretary, Dr. Munir Ikhwan, and also Professor Saifuddin Zuri and Dr. Ali Imran as the head of the Department of Quranic Studies in Usuluddin Faculty, and all speakers. There is Professor Yusuf Rahman, Professor Makasin, Professor Yumi Sugahara, Professor Kira Wickers from Amsterdam University, and the others. Yeah. All lecturers of UIN Sunan Kalijaga and participants of the international conference and workshop. We cannot mention them one by one because it is wasting time, I think. Welcome to UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful, may peace, mercy, and blessing of Allah be upon you all. Dear ladies and gentlemen, all participants of this international conference, on behalf of Graduate School UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you all to this international conference hosted by Pasca Sarjana UIN Sunan Kalijaga and Usuluddin Faculty in collaboration with the Department of Asian African and Mediterranean Studies, University of Naples Oriental, and the European Court. This conference is going to talk about awards across languages, how Quran translations shape civilization in world history. This issue, I think, is very, very important because as we know that soon after the time of revelation, the Quran encountered communities beyond its initial audience, which raises all questions regarding culture, language, and all sorts of regional differences. As a sacred book, Al-Quran has both centrifugal and centripetal force. Al-Quran is sent down to respond the socio-religious problem of the society at the time. But at the same time, the audience community also respond. The Quran depend on the dynamic of their context, of course. As Nasr Hamid Abu Zaid said in his book, Mafhumun Nas, the concept of text, Al-Quran is not only cultural product, but also the producer of culture. Al-Quran laysa mujarrad muntaj thaqafi wa innama huwa aidan muntijus thaqafa. In addition, the migrations of the Quran extended both westward and eastward, permitting the region we now refer to as Europe and Asia. This extensive process was undoubtedly a source of great historical richness and complexity. So the aim of the conference is to explain how the text of the Quran and the literature tradition that arises from it, or we call it as receptive text, tafsir, translation, and so on, have contributed to shaping the culture, social, political, and anthropological attitude of different societies across the world, both in Muslim society and non-Muslim society. Philosophically, we are still wondering, what does translation Quran mean? Is there a true Quran translation? Does the translations of the Quran represent the intended meaning of God? It is because, as Stanley Fish said, that actually there is no meaning of the text, including the Quran. The meaning of the text is not founded, but created and contested by the audience response of the community. Ladies and gentlemen, it is to be honest to me, I'm so happy in this opportunity to be existing here. I honorable welcome to all our speaker and all the participants. It is our hope that this conference would be able to achieve its objective in providing an effective forum for academicians and researchers to advancing knowledge, research for humanity, and especially in the Quranic studies. Last but not least, my deepest gratitude goes to all the committee of this international conference and workshop preparing this forum well. Although we try our finest to be professional, on behalf of Pastor Sarjana and also Usuluddin faculty, please accept our sincere apologies should there be inconveniences before, during, or after the event. I wish you a very productive in this conference and workshop with exciting and encouraging discussion and exchange of knowledge so that together we can improve knowledge and the quality of our research in the future. May God bless you all. May God bless us and you all with good health to make the event a successful and enjoyable one. Hopefully that everything is running well. Saya ingin mengakhiri dengan pantun, malam-malam tidak sendirian karena ditemani istri terkasih. Cukup sekian dan terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your speech. And the last speech will be delivered by Professor Dr. Sahiron M.M. on behalf of Rector of Islamic State Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. To Professor Dr. Sahiron M.M. Time is yours.
Honorable Professor Dr. Roberto, Honorable Director of David School of Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, all speakers of this conference, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina wa maulana Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa ajma'in, amma ba'd. First of all, on behalf of this university, Sunan Kalijaga Islamic University, we are very thankful to Professor Dr. Roberto. He's very nice person. He's very good person. Very, he has so many good ideas in relation to, of course, in relation to the Quran, in relation to the translation of the Quran, in relation to academic collaboration between our university and this university. So once again, thank you very much, Professor Roberto. Of course, we are also very happy and to have all of these speakers of this conference, because of course we after listening to
to your presentation, the coming presentation, then of course we will get you know, a deeper knowledge on the Quran and its translation, the Quran and its interpretation, and so on and so forth. So thank you very much. And also, I you know, I would like to thank all the committees, young lecturers who are very active, who are very, you know, delighted to have this conference successful. Yeah. So thank you very much for all of it. Thank you very much, Pak Munirul Ikhwan, and maybe I just Muhammad Qadar, Republic Lukman, and Financial. They are young lecturers, Professor Totoli, Professor Roberto Totoli, but you know, they you know, they are very eager to you know, to deepen their knowledge of the Quran, and also you know, to present to the public important topic like this. So once again, thank you so much. And yes, in relation to the theme of the conference, yeah, it is very, very good. It is excellent theme here in order to discuss in the very important occasion. So yeah, the Quran has been studied by not only by Muslim scholars, but also you know, Western and also of course Eastern scholars, yeah, from different countries. So yes, they even sometimes in some aspects probably Western scholars of the Quran have you know, deeper knowledge about the Quran itself. Yeah, different, you know, we have to Muslims have to learn also some, you know, findings that coming from the, you know, from Western scholars of the Quran. So we have to learn. Yeah, we have to learn. Of course, everybody, every person has to learn from each other. Of course, yeah. So even in relation to the scripture. So there are many you know, new findings, yeah, new findings in with regard to the Quran that that you know that are proposed, that informed, yeah, by scholars of the Quran all over the world. So this is therefore in yes, the you know, this theme is very important. Yeah, namely how Quran translation shaped civilization in world history. But I'm sure that the people in the world read Quran translations, not tafsir. Therefore, the question that how the Quran translation shapes civilization is very, you know, I mean, this a real theme in the, not only in the Muslim world, but also in other countries. Yeah, I mean in the Western and so on and so forth. So once again, thank you very much, Professor Roberto. Once again, we hope that this collaboration this is only the start. Yeah, only this conference is only the start of our collaboration between our university and your university. In the coming days, coming years, we can create something better than this program. Probably we can also be engaged for a new project if you if if it is allowed by you, yeah, I mean, it's very important project. What something that that is said by you, yeah, in your introduction, yeah, important project in relation with translation. We have Professor Roberto. We have so many lecturers who are very good in Quran studies, very good in Arabic, very good in English, and therefore probably some of them can be involved, yeah, can be included in your project if it is okay, right? So because it is very important for us to, yeah, because we are Muslims, so we have Quran, we listen to scripture, and also we have to deepen our knowledge on our scripture. Thank you very much. And the last but not least, let's open this conference by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you for your speech. And ladies and gentlemen, after this session, we will move to the main agenda, the plenary session with special learn or across languages, how Quran's translation shaped civilization in world history. But before we run to this agenda, let me close this ceremony. From the deepest of our heart and on behalf of International Conference and Workshop Committee, we do apologize for any mistakes. Thank you for your participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much. We have witnessed the opening ceremony. Now we'll come to the first plenary session. And for this, we welcome Professor Sahiron and Professor Yusuf Rahman to the stage. And we hope you all can involve in a productive audience to conversation with these opening sessions. And yeah, notably we started a bit late, so we should adjust the timing. So we should end it more later afternoon. Please, Mas William as the chair. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Probably, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we start this session, I would like to give just short introduction about the topic. As Professor Abdul Mustaqim mentioned, how Masahabat Abizad forming two terms. Muntat Safafi, the Quran is Muntat Safafi, product of culture. It is the idea that how the Quran was actually reflect the culture, the imagination of the first audience of the Quran, and the culture of the Arabian in 2nd century. It is the idea of product of culture. But then after the Quran has become recognized as a holy book of Muslims, so the Quran started to shape culture, especially Muslim culture. This is why Mr. Hamid Abu Zaid called the Quran as the producers or shapers of culture. And because at the time, many who read the Quran were mainly Arab scholars. That's why we have new disciplines in the Quran for Quranic commentaries. And we still do not have the idea of Quran translation at the time. Because the main actors at the time was Arabs, and they only, at least they understand the Quran, the wordings of the Quran. But the meanings is that the question that actually become the main job of Muslim scholars at the time. Until those who do not speak the Quran, they need, like a kind of translation. But at the time, in the Muslim world, translation was not allowed. It is forbidden because translation was still seen as, resembling the true God words that is forbidden. But it happens in the West. Translation by Roberto or maybe translation related to Thomas Jefferson, and translation of the Quran mushroom in the Muslim world only after the beginning of 20th century, because at the time there were fatwa or legal opinions that forbade or banned or prohibited translation of the Quran because it was considered as real or fabrication of the word of God. But now we in the Muslim world we do not have such hindrance, a theological barrier, and many translations have been produced not only in non-Muslim countries but also in Muslim world, and the Quran has become a global text. It's the idea that we come to discuss this issue in this conversation. And before we start, let me introduce to the first speaker, Professor Roberto Totoli. He's a professor of Islamic Studies at the University of Naples, Italy. Since 2002, he has taught Islamic Studies and Islamic Arabic Literature in the Department of Asian, African, and Mediterranean Studies. His research interests focus on Muslim traditions and literature. His early studies and his PhD dealt with the stories of the biblical prophets in the Quran and Islamic literature, especially in the early centuries of Islam. He later expanded his interest to Hadith literature, Quranic exegesis, and Muslim contemporary literature. In more recent years, Professor Totoli's interest focused on issues around textual criticism in relation to Arabic texts, the literary genre of Islamic literature, and contemporary Islam. Professor Totoli is a regular contributor to the Encyclopedia of Islam and writes as commentator on issues related to Islam and the Islamic world on Carriere della Sera. His publications include the biblical prophets in the Quran and Muslim literature and the stories of the prophets of Ibn Tariq al-Tarafi. And Professor Totoli, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you again for this kind word from all of you about my previous scholarship. But let's look at the future, of course, presentation of the next work to be done. My speech is titled The European Quran, Power, Translation, and Contrast in Theology. And it is somehow as a starting speech connecting the topic of the conference, first of all, how I and also people working on the European Quran is coming to this topic with the experience of Western scholarship and this project. And as a way to start a collaboration and to share some ideas. I will start, and during my speech, I want to underline some important questions which are in some way preliminary to possible contribution to the topic and the sharing of approaches and experiences. I will start saying that in the last 20 years, the question of Western European vision of the Muslim other has been discussed in several studies and has collected the interest of Western studies. And in Western, I say the Western tradition of studies, which is now also inhabited by many Muslim scholars in American universities in Europe and so on. These studies list all of the works from the Middle Ages to modern contemporary times, with so many topics would not be possible. There are so many now. In the last 20 years, almost, a very interesting comprehensive dictionary of the literature on these, and listing all the Muslim works on the West and the Western works on Islam has been published. This is a Christian-Muslim relation of bibliographical history, edited by David Thomas and John Chesworth, a work which started in 2009, and now it is coming to an end after almost 20 years, with more than 20 volumes. The amount of Western and Islamic works dealing with or mentioning other religions collected in this encyclopedic work is very impressive, such as all the scholarly literature dedicated to this kind of topics. And it's really a collection of incredible amount of works written on Muslim side and Christian side, describing the other religions. However, I would like to start with an important consideration in the meaning of the approach on both sides, and also just to give, not to say a justification, but a point of vision about the Western and Christian vision of Islam, which makes it rather different from the Muslim approach toward Christian and Western culture. I would say that this difference is strictly related to the fact that Islam came after. In the Quran, there is a clear theological statement that Judaism and Christianity are recognized communities that own their sacred texts, far distorted, preserved version, far away from the originals. But according to the Quranic and Islamic vision, there is truth in these communities and their beliefs, whose original and primordial essences coincide with Islam. On the other side, for Western Christianity, instead Islam came after and represents a higher challenge, seems a challenge to the Christian vision to be the ultimate and universal religion. This is a quality difference that can explain some of the old polemical attitudes, and it is important to consider. The history of Western Christian Europe's approaches to Islam and the Quran can be viewed as a long path of attempts to make sense of a history in which the promise that Christianity was the ultimate salvation community was not completely fulfilled. It is a theological problem on Western Christian side. We always have to think about such a condition to evaluate better the controversial contents of many old approaches to Islam from the Western side. This does not diminish colonial attitudes, power, tendency to control, and reduce relation in terms of strength. Still, the point underlined is mainly theological and makes some difference in the perspective toward the other. Given all this, let's come to the topic of my speech and the topic we are dealing with at this conference. How do we manage the relation with the other, and in the case of Islam as Muslim, how can we make sense of someone else in this relation who came after into history and expressed different views conflicting with the conception of Christianity as the ultimate religious community, and even challenge them to maintain the same? The Mediterranean political, military, economic competition far fueled all this during Middle Ages and Modern Age. Polemics did not come out of a controlled attitude of the other, according to Said, Orientalist religion, but rather from a constant danger, since the Muslim world was such a strong power during Middle Ages and Modern Age, able to threaten Christianity. So the old political attitudes are not a simple vision to reduce the power relations in terms of religions, but also actual competition on the ground. In such a condition, Christian Europe started to answer that the only possible way at the time to manage and resist and to even face the enemy on the other shore was to know it better. To know it better. After the first approach, which focused on the figure of Muhammad as the founder of this new faith, attention on Christian Western side slowly started to focus on texts and on the Quran. This was a natural outcome of a religious community, such as the Christian one, founded on holy written texts, such as the Bible, and a religious tradition based on written culture. Islam, from the early Christian point of view, was a religious community also around a holy text, a divine word, the Quran. And so Western communities were slowly, which were becoming Christian during the time, had also their holy text at the center of their religiosity. So it was a natural outcome to see the possibility to know better the other through also reading and translating the text of the other. This approach and this trend resulted in a scholarly intellectual passion to know better and to make sense of the belief of such a large empire, the Muslim empire. Still, the first aim was maintaining the significance of knowing better and also in relation in power confrontation between the shores of the Mediterranean. To understand better meant to control also and also attack the enemy and consequently to give better aims to missionaries and attempts to convert the others. That's true also to history. But by way of this, farther and better knowledge of the other entered into European culture. In this, translation was always considered central. Translation was the key to gaining entrance to the different religions and representing being able to contrast, to interact with the other, at least to discuss the other, with the typical assumption that if the language is familiar and understood by the actors, then the Christian truth can interact and also improve. But I don't want to deepen into the history of polemics, but rather bring to your attention and to all those present today on some points to discuss translation that it's one thing on the Western side, and as we mentioned before, another thing in the history of Islam. Let's start with Islam and translation in the perspective of interreligious relations. On the Islamic side, as we know, the situation was quite different than what I mentioned just now, and I'm going to deepen into the end of my speech. That is the specific relation on the Christian side between translate to know better the text of the. First of all, on the Islamic side, the significance of the holy word is different. Where biblical texts are considered better as inspired by God, the Quran is the word. This is something very important to mention. And this word in its perfection, is perfect in its original form, in the form of Arabic text as it stands today. Access to the divine word through translation and the issue of translatability itself, as you mentioned, of the Quran, have a particular historical and theological significance in the Islamic world. First, historical information regarding translation activity, is controversial. Some juridical schools have forbidden it, but we know also from Hanafi school that there were different positions And also we have some attestation about translations of Quranic verses since early Islam, how controversial and discussed. It was necessary from on one side, also on Muslim side, to comprehend the text after the first conquest, when not all of the people that became Muslim knew very well Arabic. So I think it was also necessary to have some, oral translation of the text. But on the other side, it was necessary to preserve the perfection of the Arabic form. This contingent reality had to reckon with the concept of a Quranic word uncreated in its original expression, giving particular meaning to its recited and oral reproduction, which was fundamental. Its declamation and intrinsic quality were only to be fully appreciated in Arabic, we know from the beginning of Islam. But also on the other side, it was necessary to communicate the meaning to non-Arabic speakers after the first generation. So according to each tradition cannot or should not compete with the original, every translation, but merely serve to convey meaning and nothing more. This is very important. The conveying of meaning is fundamental, key to understand from the beginning the relevance and significance of translation in Islamic history. We know that according to this, we have attestation from also all times of mainly interlinear translations of the Quran that came more or less from the 11th century and so on, but if a controversial status. They are not a translation, they are somehow translation of the meanings of the Quran to distinguish it from the Arabic text. In the history of Islamic history of translation, we know that the Persian interlinear translation by Shah Waliullah in the 18th century definitively sanctioned a very long history of translation and commentary of the Quran in languages other than Arabic, and somehow was the first significant attestation of a relevance of translation inside Islamic world. Somehow the history of the Islamic community has been to some extent a very long history of reception and consumption of the Quranic word, and translation started to be a significant element step by step, coming out of the shade of the controversial status and coming to modern and contemporary time also as a significant actor inside the Islamic tradition. In more recent times, translation have gained increasing prominence also on Islamic side, especially with the introduction of printing and the diffusion of printed Qurans. Printed editions have met the educational needs of Muslim communities and societies with growing literacy rates that no longer exclusively depended on traditional Quranic schools and primarily oral instruction. Far beyond consideration of the permissibility of translating the Quran, the reality of the 20th century and today shows that in the interplay between exegesis and interpretative tradition, a limitless space for rediscussion and reinterpretation of the sacred text has been opened up in every area of Islamic world, and Sunnis and Shias alike are equally dedicated to it, even through the translation of it. This long-century tradition has thus strongly marked the role of translation until contemporary times as an aid to comprehension. This is the fundamental. Thus, not as the text itself, but as a kind of interpretation and translation of the meanings, as I already stated many times. The point in this, in my opinion, and the program of the conference is the relation of a translation of the Quran to exegetical activity as a whole, and thus the consideration that in translating we are also applying exegetical concerns. Somehow translating is an exegetical effort, and as such, it is in the steps of a tradition which has devoted a lot of space in interrogating the Quran through ages. The translation is, in this case, at the service of a wide range of exegetical possibilities and the key to open the meanings of the holy text to non-Arabic speakers with a formal expectation that sooner or later Arabic is to be learned and also along with the translated text. But let's come to the second part of my speech that is about translations of the Quran in the West with the definition. In non-Muslim regions, the translation of the Quran has carried out very different functions throughout history. Contrast and comparison across the Mediterranean and far beyond the Mediterranean countries arriving here, European Christians initially saw gaining access to the meaning of the Quran through translation, as we already stated. Somehow translation was the key to enter a deeper knowledge of Islam. For sake of this, translation of the Quran started with also in Byzantine orders and so on. And also in Latin, where we have, as you mentioned, the first translation in the 12th century, prompted by Peter the Venerable, carried out by Roberto in the 12th century in the Iberian Peninsula. And then also with a contribution of other translators, I mentioned Marco Toledo, and then later on, consequently, other attempts accompanied the decline of Middle Ages and the beginning of the changes in pre-modern era. There are many names about this activity. Juan of Segovia, we have here some of the scholars that have a project much more involved in this. They are talking about this, and also Gilles of Viterbo, but somehow along with the idea to give in the 15th century, 16th century, also the original in Arabic, took care to think about always a better translation to know better. As the times passed, the idea that previous translation could be made better went on in Christian and Western history through ages. During and after the Reformation and the break of Christianity and the birth of Protestant churches, Europe witnessing the unfolding of many different types of activities surrounding the Quran. And these took place along the great revolutions brought about by the, first of all, the invention of a printing press of print in Europe, the arrest that swept with the Reformation wars of religions Europe, which proved to be very difficult for people working at this stuff in Europe in 16th and 17th century, and also the discovery of the New World, Americans and so on, the changing outline of the world at the time according to European religions. The desire for knowledge and the translation of the Quran in the 16th century is very well represented by the printing of the Caton's translation, which took place in the 16th century, in two editions in the middle of the century, and the first translation in European languages, which also took place in the middle of the 16th century with the first translation of the Quran in Italian. So we have a step further after the first Latin. Actually, the first modern European language translation carried out directly from Arabic was a French translation by André Dulier in the 17th century, which was also a diplomat, one who traveled a lot in the Ottoman Empire, but we are at that time in the middle of the 17th century. So the times pass, and we have further attempts going back to the original Arabic, and after the Latin scholarship to go back to the translation. And the apex of these activities was again a Latin translation by Ludovico Maracci, who died in 1700, that is in the end of the 17th century, and which has produced something like the masterpiece of the late Middle Ages, early modern era work on the Quran. Shortly before his death, Maracci was able to see the final results of decades of activity, and his masterpiece printed in 1698 in Padua, and somehow bring it to an end the long tradition of medieval and pre-modern erudition. However, given these specialized studies in various fields over recent decades have contributed to considerably widening the horizon of knowledge of the Quran outside the Islamic world. They have examined the circulation of translation that bear the mark of different approaches and solutions, being inspired by the different purposes. What historians and historians of ideas have brought to light in a series of more recent studies is that interest into the Quran, Arabic, and all the disciplines connected to Oriental languages in Europe reflects, since the modern age, a variety of objectives that cannot be relegated to somehow diminishing attitude toward the other according to science orientalism. The interplay of European alliances with the Ottoman Empire, the political situation of the Mediterranean attests that it was not really always a simple, clear-cut situation of one war against the other. So one example is the fact that Italian translations of the 16th century was dedicated to the French ambassador in the Ottoman Empire in a time when French were allied with the Ottoman Empire against Austria and Spain. So reflecting the use of translation of the Quran also to amuse and be somehow closer to the other great Muslim power of the Mediterranean, the Ottomans. Consequently, beginning the 18th century, we have a different situation, the balance of the power changes, and we are in a different situation than the early translation in the modern age situation. From the 18th century, English and French words on the Quran emerged as the languages of the most comprehensive use in the translation. France and England entered in a new phase when going to the colonial presence inside the Islamic world, and it is not by chance that they emerged as the main languages for translation of the Quran directly from Arabic. This was due to clear colonial interests, but also in addition to academic purposes, that it call more, but also it call more for practical reasons. Again, as a way to know better the religion and the culture of the other places. Over the European languages also stood out in this area. The increase in readership and consumption of printed material in all regions of the world has led to a progressive and continuous growth in the supply of translation of the Quran in all languages in Europe, but all over the world. The production of Quranic translation over recent decades, especially in English, is of substantial dimension and shows no sign of diminishing. Almost every year, a new English translation of the Quran appears. It is something like a literary genre in itself, the study of the English translations of the Quran. It is a quite interesting phenomenon. They include the similarly innovative publications, attempts to find different ways to reproduce in English language the Quran, and also some of them are quite interesting. I would like also to mention the American Quran by Sandor Bird, who published in 2016, something like I would say, an illustrated book, like comic books with the text of the Quran, and also you have handwritten translation in English of the Quran, and inside the pictures and drawn reproduction of American lifestyles. It's a very interesting and innovative way trying to convey the idea that in English translation the Quran can make sense according also to American lifestyle. It's an attempt between many others, also giving expression to a very interesting phenomenon, the difference between the various attempts to reproduce the Quran in other languages and in English. I come to some brief conclusions of my speech. Many studies now analyze the various Quranic translation and raise questions about the relationship between the original and the translation into other languages, often to bring into relief particular problems and the impossibility of effective translation of the Quranic style, as you know, is one major problem. I would say in every action of translation of every literary term, the relation between the original and the final product has always been a question in translation field. All of this has not somehow impeded the continuous production, publication, and dissemination of translations of the Quran into various languages, which are now regularly financed by Islamic institutions, Western institutions, alongside the no less substantial number of translations that appear in many countries outside the Islamic world, either as products of scholarly research or for initiative of local Islamic communities speaking different languages. Somehow we have a perception today that the debate about translation has been overwhelmed by the fact that for the spread of the Quran, translation and printing translated Qurans are one possible way for the diffusion of knowledge of the meaning of the text. In these cases, the traditional point is also valid. Each translation is an interpretation, not the holy text in the Arabic original that can be listened and learned according to traditional recitation techniques. Nevertheless, to be fully appreciated, should the need arise, the contents of the text may be conveyed through the medium of a translation into the reader's language. Such a translation does not claim perfection, but only serves the function of communicating the contents of the divine word in a manner that will never be able to come close to the original, but in any case is a functional tool to come closer to the word of God. It is in this space that Western and Islamic translation converge in a sort of competition where accuracy and authority are played according to specific different rules on one side and on the other side, on Islamic and non-Islamic places, but with similar concerns about theological or linguistic adherence to the original, and about the political stance to control the conveying of the meanings of the text. We see a convergence in this for different reasons, but always the same topic about translation as a key to come closer to the meaning, while knowing very well that translation is another key. And it can come closer and closer, but not give perfectly what is the original. Notwithstanding competition, the hope is that all this contributes to mutual understanding and enhances a confrontation and debate which, rather than political, power concerned or theological, can be literary and scholarly. And I'm sure that our conference will demonstrate this in shine. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Totally, for your enlightening lecture. I don't want to conclude because you actually have already some comments to give or some questions. And at least Professor Totally has called us to, more critical for us to more critical reading of Quran translation in Europe against a simplistic reading that Quran, especially in pre-modern period, the translation of the Quran in Europe as merely polemical, because the practice is actually motivated by different interests. We should not simply put them in political relation. But I don't want to conclude, but I would like to turn to the next speaker, Professor Sahiron Shamsuddin. He's Professor of Quranic Exegesis at Faculty of Islamic Theology and Thought at Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University in Jakarta. He was a PhD in Islamic Studies from University of Bamberg in Germany, and he wrote his PhD thesis on Muhammad Shahrur's hermeneutics of the Quran, and his research interests include Quranic hermeneutics and Quran and Hadith studies. Professor Sahiron is going to talk about hermeneutics from the West and the East and Quranic studies in Indonesia. Professor Sahiron, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So, the title of my article is Hermeneutics from the West and East and Quran Studies in Indonesia. But I have small title, is the importance of combined hermeneutics in the interpretation and translation of the Quran. Yeah. The application of Western hermeneutical theories to the interpretative text of the Quran is widely undertaken by scholars of Quran studies everywhere, including in Indonesia. They have conducted some research in which they have described, for example, exegetical statements of certain Quran interpreters and analyzed them using hermeneutical theories proposed, for example, by Institute Rahman, Heidegger, and many others. Western literary theories have also been used to analyze tafsir text. A very good example is Andreas Christman's article on Muhammad Shahrur's interpretation of the Quran text. He analyzes them. Andreas Christman analyzes the statements of Muhammad Shahrur on the Quran using broad theory of the familiarization, meaning that he tries to explain that Muhammad Shahrur, when interpreting the Quranic text, tries to something familiar to be not familiar. So, for example, in relation to the definition of the can, the tashabih, and so on, the explanation of Muhammad Shah's explanation of these, terms are not familiar, among Muslim scholars. So therefore, in order to analyze the Muhammad Shahrur's interpretations, Andreas Christman used a theory of the familiarization. So the effort to to make something new. So, but this is very important. And these, meaning the usage of Western hermeneutics, the application of Western hermeneutics to the interpretation of the Quran, the interpretation text of the Quran is very, used everywhere, because the object of hermeneutical analysis is human text. So simple, human text. Namely, the interpretations of the Quran, not the Quran itself. The perception of Western hermeneutics and literary theories is not the case if we look at its application to the Quran text within Muslim, in the Muslim world. It's very, very difficult. Because, the strong debate, the strong debate on this, on the application of Western hermeneutics to the Quran itself, still being experienced by scholars of Quranic studies in the Muslim world, yes, I've already mentioned, yeah. It has resulted from the belief of the majority of Muslims in the Quran as divine text, word and God's word. Firman Tuhan, the divine. Even so, in this case, in relation to divinity of the Quranic text, there are three opinions when we look at a book, something like the Asad-Tashi, every time, for example, as in Quran. So the majority of scholars, Muslim scholars, point out that the text and the meaning, the text, the wording and the meaning come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, creative paper. So the meaning and wording. This opinion belongs to the majority of Muslim scholars. And this came a second one. The meaning came from God, but the wording was created by the Prophet Muhammad. So this opinion is followed by what Hazili's Professor Yusuf Rahman is very familiar with this case. Yeah? And then the third one is that the meaning came from God, was revealed by God, but the wording was created by Gabriel, by Jibril, Malaikat Jibril. Yeah? So different opinion even in the Ulumi Quran, but until now the opinion of majority of scholars, has been followed everywhere in the world. If the consequence, as a consequence that there is a huge rejection of the application of Western hermeneutics to the Quranic. Even so, some scholars abuse the hermeneutics to interpret it and to interpret the Quran. Yeah. But, and for example, Muhammad Amar was wrote a book in relation to hermeneutics. He's a Lebanese writer, and Muhammad Qurashi in the recent interpretation of the Quran have different opinions in this case. I wrote this, the debate between two scholars in a certain article I have already written. The former, Muhammad Imam, reject the hermeneutics topic. So he mentioned that Western cannot be applied to interpret the Quran. He mentioned the قراءة النص الديني بين التأويل الغربي والتأويل الإسلامي. So he wrote this book, right? And whereas the later Muhammad Qurashina accepts some of its hermeneutical theories, some hermeneutical theories. And Imam's rejection is on the basis of his assumption that it would abolish the divinity, the divine nature of the Quran, and put the human rationality over the Quranic revelation. So this is the argument coming from Muhammad Imam. The hermeneutics that was referred to by Muhammad Imam is the constructive hermeneutics, which belongs to the subjective school of hermeneutics. So this is must be underlined here. In fact, there are three hermeneutical schools, namely objectivist school, like Sahiron, will have defined age and milieuability, yeah. And subjectivist school, yes, we have Contextualizing, we have Derrida, we have, Heidegger, and objectivist whom subjectivist, like, Hans Gilbert, yes, yeah. So, I mean, in this case, the Muhammad Imara, you know, um, does the huge simplification of the hermeneutic. Then he rejects it. Yeah. In addition, Muhammad Imam misunderstood what is meant by the death of the author. That is very famous in the deconstructive hermeneutics. He understood he understood it as hermeneutical principle in which interpreter would explain the text under interpretation in such a way so that he or she ignored totally what is author meant. In fact, the spirit of the death of the author is that interpreter might explain the text not only in a single way, but also from various, alternative perspectives, so that an interpretative tyranny should not occur. This is the spirit of the death of the author. So, in contrast, Muhammad Quraishihan accepts Western hermeneutics to apply to the Quranic text as long as an interpreter pays attention to its divine nature of the Quran. He even said that hermeneutics can deepen interpreters' horizon in grasping Quranic messages, especially for the contemporary audience. I agree with him, because you have in this case. Some hermeneutical theories can be applied in the interpretation and translation of the book. This is related to our topic in this case. I give some example here. Sahiron proposed what he called grammatical hermeneutics. The principles of linguistic analysis within his hermeneutics are as follows. First, the necessity of acknowledgement of the language used by the author of a text and his or her original audiences for determining the historical or original meaning. Second, the importance of the syntagmatic analysis in which someone, for the purpose of determining the meaning of a word, pays attention to other words surrounding the word in question. And the third one, the last one from the principle of Sahiron principle, the significance of, taking the relation between the whole text and its parts into account, in the process of the relation. So there are three principles within the Sahiron methods and grammatical hermeneutics. The three principles are very helpful for translating Quranic words in a proper way by paying attention to certain aspects of the Arabic in the time of the Prophet Muhammad. The first principle, right? So in relation to Quran, the first principle of Sahiron grammatical hermeneutics by paying attention to certain aspects of the Arabic in the time of the Prophet Muhammad, someone can grasp the historical meaning of certain Quranic words. Of course, not 100%, right? Not 100%. Probably closer to the original text, the original meaning. For example, what is meant historically by the word Islam in Quran Surah Ali Imran, verse 19. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم إن الدين عند الله الإسلام. What is it? What does the word Islam mean in this verse and also other verses of the Quran? Before answering the question, first of all, I would like to quote two translations of this verse, right? First, translation by the Ministry of Religious Affairs of Indonesia. Sesungguhnya agama yang diridhoi di sisi Allah ialah Islam with capital I. Is in English, indeed, the religion that is accepted in the sight of Allah is Islam with capital I. Islam. So the religion of Islam, meaning the religion which was taught by the Prophet Muhammad, the only religion that is accepted by God is the religion of Islam, yeah, of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Only Islam. So, but look at the other translation, English translation here by Abdul Halim, a Muslim scholar. He translated this verse like this: true religion in God's eyes is Islam without capital I. Islam kecil in bahasa Indonesia. Islam. Dalam kurung tidak berikut, ya. Devotion to Him alone. Devotion to God alone. Okay? So, the word Islam, according to Abdul Halim, is not the name of religion. Rather, devotion to God alone, submission to God. Good. The two translations have different connotations and impact that could have shaped the way Muslims have behaved and had insights about other religions, right? So these two, and those who follow the first translation might have the opinion that communities of non-Muslim religion would not receive salvation in the hereafter. Whereas those who follow the second one, this is just an example of the Halim's translation. Yeah, follow the second one might have a different insight, meaning salvation can be reached by people who submit themselves to God, even though they are not Muslims. So this very important. So important, careful interpretation, translation of the Quran is very important in this case to create a new civilization in the future. So doing translation from time to time is very important. Important. Yes, to establish peace and also and many others. So, man Islam wajhalulillah is those who submit their certificates to God, even though they are different in their religions, in their faiths, right? So then, next question, which translation of the two is more acceptable for building civilization? In order to answer this question, Schleiermacher's linguistic principles might be helpful, but very important in this case. Yeah? So the first principle, someone search for the lexical meaning of Islam, Muslim or Islam. So the word Islam and its Quran. And after that, we look also at the Quranic usage of this word. The whole Quran. Even Jarir al-Tabari, I quote, in the Jarir al-Tabari said that its meaning, the meaning of Islam is al-inqiyam, bit-tadallul wal-khushu', meaning submission with self, abasement and humility, and humility, sorry. So, bit-tadallul, kerendahan diri, angkat dengan merendahkan diri dan kekhusyuan. Itu adalah Islam, lexical meaning of Islam. Yeah. According to Ibn Jarir al-Tabari. According to Rahman, scholar, I mean, right, in the 20th century, Rahman said, according to Rahman, this word was used by the Arabs for the original meaning of defiance of death, self-sacrifice, and readiness for death. Before the Islam, the word Islam is used by the Quran. I mean, the Arab used Islam for about self, sacrifice, readiness for kesiapan depan. Jadi tunduk betul gitu kan, tunduk betul kalau bahasa Indonesia sampai kemudian pun berani kayak begitu kan. Awalnya adalah the secular meaning, and then after that the word that is used in a religious context, namely submission to God. Yeah. Man aslama wajhahu lillahi wa huwa muhsin. So, Toshiko Izutsu pointed out that it is meant a submission or the act of surrendering oneself entirely to someone else. So, and in relation to this context, and submission to God. Submission to God, entirely submission to God. How about the Quranic usage of the word? The word Islam and therefore 71 times in the Quran. Islam 22 times, Muslim 42 times, and Islam 7 times. To understand the term and thematic exegetic approach and systematic paradigmatic analysis can be applied by combining a series of verses that explicitly and implicitly indicate its meaning. So there are so many, and when we look at the Quranic verses, using the word Islam or Muslimun or whatsoever, the term Muslimun refers to the Prophet Noah, Lut, Abraham, Jacob, Joseph, the king, the magician who obeyed the prophet Moses and the followers of the prophet Jesus. And it is clear that the attribute as Islam, Muslimun, and so in the Quran it does not belong to the followers of the Prophet Muhammad only, but also under, Muhammad. I would like to go back to it becomes very limited, right? Sorry, in this case, I would like to, to show you the convinced that, hermeneutical theories, some hermeneutical theories can be, can help us, to translate the Quran, to interpret the Quran. Actually, I would like to, to explain about the, only small, I mean, short statement. In existing translation, using hermeneutical skills also very important to make our understanding and interpretation become better. Like I learned, I have had learned when I was in Germany, on theory, philosophy, and so on and so forth. And after that, I was inspired to to make all over Quran, to make all any theory better. Proper for the content of the audience. And I try to combine. I try to combine between Ulumul Quran with what we have in the Islamic tradition and also Western communities. And then I have just created Magna or Magna approach. That someone through this approach, someone tries to get three things. The first one is the historical meaning of the text. The second one, al-Magna al-Tarifi. The second one is al-Magza al-Tarifi. Al-Magza al-Tarifi, the historical significance, the significance of the text for the original audiences of the Quran. And the last one is al-Magza al-Mutakhadi, al-Wa'asi, the dynamic significance of dynamic contemporary significance of the text. But I think I'm best. Left here for me to explain this from the. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Sahiron, for your great talk. Yeah, I think what you have just presented reminds me of what Ibn Halab, what Ibn Halab characterized Muslim hermeneutics as Arabic hermeneutics, in the sense that it is mode of interpretation that attempts to reveal truth within the uniqueness structure of the Arabic Quran. So what I understand is that he tried to characterize Muslim hermeneutics in general as a hermeneutics that tends to neglect the challenge, the real challenges encountered by Muslim societies in the world. They just stick to the what truth behind the structure of the text, and you propose new hermeneutics by adopting Western theories of language, linguistic theories of and philosophical theories of the West to enrich hermeneutics of the Quran. But the idea also sparked some controversies, which maybe some of our colleagues will raise the questions. Okay, next we would like to invite our third speaker, Professor Yusuf Rahman. He is Professor of Islamic Thought at Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University in Jakarta. He obtained his MA and PhD degrees from McGill University in Canada. On the theme of the conference, has published a book chapter on Indonesian Muslim responses to non-Muslim approaches to Quran studies in terms in Quran studies text from text interpretation, edited by Munam Zain, published in 2019. And today is going to talk about Western Quranic studies in Indonesian Islamic universities, responses and controversies. Professor Yusuf Rahman, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the conveners of this conference, Professor Roberto, Professor Sahiron, the Director of Postgraduate School, and Faculty of Usuluddin for inviting me to present my paper on this occasion. While the article mentioned by the moderator that I wrote is on the responses, Indonesian Muslim responses to Western scholarship on the Quran, was based on the publication by Indonesian Muslims towards Western scholarship. Yeah. My paper now is on how the Western Quranic scholarship debated or received in Indonesian Islamic universities. I already submitted my PowerPoint, so maybe they can read through my presentation. So the goal of my paper is to examine the reception of Western scholarship on the Quran in connection with the development of the Department of Quranic Studies in Indonesia. So, the next slide. So according to the International Accreditation Board for Higher Education, there are 71 undergraduate programs, 10 MA programs, and 2 PhD programs in Quranic Studies in Indonesia. So this is a huge and rich project of Quranic studies in Indonesia because they have around 80 program in undergraduate MA program and also PhD program. However, this paper will only discuss the Department of Quranic Studies in 3 Indonesian Islamic higher education, which are the State Islamic University Syarif Hidayatullah in Jakarta, where I belong. And the second one is the State of Islamic University Sunan Kalijaga, where this conference is held. And the third one is the State Islamic University Alauddin in Makassar. So maybe those who come from Makassar can add or correct my presentation later. The argument is that there is a strong tendency among directors of Quranic Studies department to be receptive toward new Western approaches to the Quran and Tafsir proposed by lecturers and students. As a result, contemporary Quranic studies in Indonesia has enabled Western scholarship on the Quran to attract a wider readership among Indonesian specialists in the field. It also embodies the growing trend of applying approaches developed in the social sciences and humanities to the study of Quran and Tafsir, despite the tone of the reception varying considerably from one institution to another following relational dynamic. So this is our discussion. Following relational dynamic among individuals engaged in the institution. It further argues that some academics who, due to their seniority or intellectual capability, are firmly rooted in the institution or wider community, have greatly influenced the department orientation of Quranic studies. To some extent, this influential academic temporarily, not permanently, dominated both collective and institutional attitude toward Western scholarship on the Quran, either by encouraging students to study it more intensively or preventing them from adopting its approaches in studying of the Quran and Tafsir. Next. Historically, 4 centuries, Indonesian Islam has been linked to the Arab Middle East. This we can see from the work of Azumadi Azra, which demonstrate the networks of Malay, Indonesian, and Middle Eastern ulama during the 17th and 18th centuries. In the 20th century, for example, we see Indonesian Islam was influenced by the modernism as advocated by Jamaluddin Al-Afghani and Abdurrahman and Muhammad Abdul. So the foundation of Muhammadiyah in 1912, Al-Irshad in 1913, and Persis in 1920s are influenced by this modernism advocated by. And in the 1970s, we see the emergence of the reformist groups, we call it kelompok pembaharu, such as Nurholis Majid, Harun Nasution, Abdurrahman Wahid, and Munawir Sadali, who attempted to modernize Islamic scholarship in Indonesia. Because of this, in 1970s, academic approaches like historical, sociological, empirical approaches were introduced at the EIN, State Islamic Institute, now become State Islamic University, which historically EIN were established on the model of Al-Azhar University. In addition, in 1980s, the Ministry of Religious Affairs sent some young Indonesian lecturers to Western universities. Like me, I was sent to McGill, Professor Sahiron to McGill, and then to German, Monir Ikhwan to German. We have others. Yeah. This is the policy of the Indonesian government to modernize Indonesian Islam. And when they returned to Indonesia, they transmitted Western critical scholarship in their teaching and learning. The opponents of this policy call this policy as Mu'tazilization, to be Mu'tazila, or Westernization, to Westernize. So that is the opponent, the opponent of this policy. And Indonesian Islamic literature was enriched by the translation of the work by many Muslim and Western scholars. So with this historical overview, we see that Western scholarship network has been built in Indonesia. Next. Now we see to the Indonesian Quranic studies and Western scholarship. Compared to other Islamic studies disciplines, for example, law, theology, and mysticism, which began to use critical, historical, and sociological approaches quite early in the EIN reform era, Quranic studies scholars started to use these approaches much later. Many still use normative and dogmatic approaches. Western scholarship and its methodologies were first introduced, especially after the lecturers from IAIN Jakarta and Yogyakarta and many others, not only Jakarta and Yogyakarta, who had studied in the West returned to Indonesia. And especially the Indonesian Association of Quranic Studies. We have here the Indonesian Association of Quranic Studies, headed by Professor Sahiron suggests that the Department of Quranic Studies in Indonesia, the 71 Quranic Studies Department, has to should teach 17 courses. To be called the Department of Quranic Studies, they have to teach these 17 courses, in addition to other courses. Among them are Western Studies and the Quran, hermeneutics. So, because Professor Sahiron is the proponent of hermeneutics, so Quranic Studies Department has to offer this course and modern approaches to the Quran and Tafsir. And this is for undergraduate program. Maybe the next one, the association has to suggest some courses that have to be offered for MA program and also for PhD program. Not yet, Well, so in the next annual meeting, maybe the association can suggest what courses has to be offered. Okay. Next one. Now, how these courses, this is the question, how these three courses especially responded by the managers, by the directors of Quranic studies in Indonesia. There are three issues that I would like to present. First one, the issue of graduates orientation. In these several days, there is a heated debate in WhatsApp group of Indonesian Association of Quranic Studies, in relation to the recent seminar in PT IKI, when there is Professor Munim Siri and Dr. Muhammad Nuruddin, discuss the issue whether the Quran is the word of God or the word of Muhammad. So there's a heated debate between some participants. So this is the first issue, the graduate institution, the graduate orientation. What are we going to produce? What are the profile of the graduate from the Department of Quranic Studies? The second issue is strategies for making Western scholarship acceptable in Indonesia. And the third one is the factors to create a more stable tradition of academic scholarship on the Quran. Next slide. So the first issue is whether to become an academic or to become a preacher. The graduate's future career contested. According to the learning outcome of the Department of Quranic Studies, there are at least three profiles of graduates. The first one is to be mufassir, or maybe to be also mutarjim, yeah? To be an interpreter, to be an exegete, and also to be a translator of the Quran. In undergraduate, the beginner, in doctoral program, an advanced mufassir. The second profile is to be an academic. And the third one is to be a researcher. Although these three orientation need not be seen as opposed to each other, to be a mufassir or to be academic, some faculty members of Quranic Studies department seem to have trouble being receptive to both. As I said, faculty members who become central figures in community services believe that graduates are more fit to function as missionaries, supporting the community by teaching Orthodox Islamic belief and deterring Muslims from exposing heretical views about the Quran. So the discussion is about the domination of the individual or the main actor in the creation of academic environment in Quranic Studies department. Next slide. So I will start with the case of the Department of Quranic Studies in UIN Makassar in Sulawesi. And the role of Professor Muhammad Rafi Yunus is very important in this department. He is a faculty member who graduated from the University of Michigan in 1994. He was a lecturer in Quranic Studies and Tafsir, and at the same time, he belonged to a respected religious family who ran the As'adiyah Islamic boarding school, Pesantren. And finally, he became the leader of the As'adiyah organization. And he stressed that becoming a Muslim missionary should be the main goal of the graduate from Quranic Studies program. His influence is observable in the creation of the curricula of the department. Although the Quran and Orientalists and hermeneutics were included in the curricula, the courses were never offered. So in the curricula, the courses are listed, but the subject were never offered to the student. And all department members have adhered to his advice and maintain respect for him due to his seniority and his powerful position. Next. As I said before, Professor Yunus graduated from Michigan University in 1994 with the dissertation entitled Modern Approaches to the Study of Ijazul Quran. He was known by his colleagues for his positive attitude towards new theoretical frameworks and approaches in his lectures. However, his perspective shifted when he replaced his father as leader of the As'adiyah organization in Sengkang. And this shift from the perspective of lecturer, the perspective of academic, to the perspective of Kiai or Gurita. In one interview that we held, respondent said, menurut saya Pak Rafi Yunus itu seperti Imam Syafi'i, punya qaulul qadim dan punya qaulul jadid. Waktu saya dibimbing S2, beliau sangat mengapresiasi pendekatan-pendekatan kritis. Dia menulis tesisnya tentang Syahrul, Muhammad Syahrul. Tapi belakangan, setelah aktif di pesantren dan jadi pimpinan pesantren As'adiyah, ada perubahan pemikiran dan paradigma sehingga menjadi agak tradisional setelah aktif di sini. So this is the interview that we made with Professor Mohammed, now the Dean of the Faculty of Theology. Yeah. So what I would like to say is that the role of Professor Yunus is very influential in the academic atmosphere, in the atmosphere of Quranic Studies Department in Makassar. And now we see to UIN Yogyakarta. And here I see that the role of Professor Sahiron Samsudin, who is currently the chairman of the Indonesian Association of Quranic Studies and vice rector of UIN Yogyakarta, and the candidate for director. Okay. And he previously the head of the Department of Quranic Studies. As we see from his presentation previously, he has vigorously supported the use of the critical approaches of Western Quranic scholarship in the department. He acknowledges that contemporary Muslim scholars must learn from their counterpart in Western academia, just as Muslim scholars such as Al-Kindi, Al-Farabi, and Ibn Sina learn a great deal from a variety of scholars, regardless of their beliefs and affiliation. He offers courses on Western Quranic scholarship and hermeneutics. And I would like to add that he is also a Kiai. He has a pesantren, which is called the Baitul Hikmah. Yeah. So different from Professor Rafi Yunus, he is Kiai. Professor Sahiron is Kiai, but he is very open and inclusive with the Western Quran scholarship. So these two individuals, yeah, play a great role in influencing the Quranic Studies Department. In addition, of course, in addition to other lecturers, scholars, and others. Next one. In addition to the role of an individual or main actors, there are two other factors which support a more academic atmosphere in the study of the Quran, which I would like to discuss. The first one is the university should have a sufficient number of multi-generational specialists in Western scholarship on the Quran, whose perspectives support academic values rather than apologetic and normative approaches. And again, not because they invite me to in Yogyakarta, but as a lecturer of UIN Jakarta, I admit that UIN Yogyakarta in this aspect is better than UIN Jakarta. Compared to other universities under study, UIN Yogyakarta has multi-generational specialists. Yeah, starting from Professor Muhammad Amin Abdullah, Professor Mahasin, yeah? Professor Nur Ikhwan in the back, I see in the back, who will present a paper tomorrow, yeah? Who graduated from Leiden University. Professor Al-Nakil, director also from McGill and from German University. Dr. Murir Ikhwan, Arafit, yeah, those are the lecturers graduated from Western universities, specializing in Quranic studies. Yeah. And it has a more promising futures in many of its younger scholars. Professor Sahiron Samsudin said in his remark that these conferences are supported and organized by young lecturers. So these young lecturers, Dr. Muammar, Dr. Fadli, yeah, and who else? Dr. Candidate Doctor Late Ifah Atufina from Chicago, and Dr. Mugzi Abdullah in Ankara University, and others. Of course, there are many. But I would like to say that the senior lecturers graduated from these Western universities, which support the academic atmosphere in the department. And lastly, about the neighboring universities. Okay? What I mean by neighboring universities is that UIN Jakarta and especially UIN Yogyakarta have benefited considerably from their neighboring universities, which already boast a distinguished humanities and social sciences report. The long partnership and contacts with individuals from different institutions contributed to their mutual understanding and transmission of academic skill. For example, UIN Jakarta with Arabelina University, with STF Dryarkara, yeah? And UIN Yogyakarta with Gajah Mada University and Christian University of Duta Wacana and other neighboring universities in Yogyakarta. For example, the next one, Professor Nur Ikhwan, for example, related to us his experience when he was a student of inviting Professor Dr. Siti Hamama of Gajah Mada University to be a speaker in a seminar held at IAIN Yogyakarta at the time on hermeneutic. And because of this, later in 1998, the subject of hermeneutic was included in the curricula of the Department of Quranic Studies, and Professor Hamama as its first lecturer. Because at the time, maybe the lecturer in UIN Jakarta has not have expertise in hermeneutics, so they have to invite from UGM. So these neighboring universities which support the academic atmosphere in UIN Jakarta. And lastly, the next slide, the collaboration. I think I have to mention the collaboration with international universities and learned societies association, such as ICSA, International Quranic Studies Association. They have a conference here in 2015. Yeah, 2015, and with GLOQUR, Global Quran, Professor Johanna Ping, and today with European Quran. So this collaboration makes Western Quranic scholarship is more vibrant and accepted in UIN Jakarta. As a conclusion, I have to say that Western Quranic studies in Indonesian Islamic universities responded, accepted, and analyzed depend on the main influential actor, like the case in Jogja, in Makassar, and maybe in other universities. And the second one is the multi-generational specialist in Western scholarship and the supporting neighboring universities. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Yusuf Rahman, for your lecture. And you have reminded us of the overview of Quran studies in Indonesia, especially in Islamic higher education, which was initially established on the model of Al-Azhar to create imams, etc. And then the government set policies to send young lecturers to study Islamic social sciences and humanities in some Western universities, and then they come back and they brought influence on the academization of Islamic studies in Islamic higher education. And this also is reflected in how they teach Quran and related issues in more academic way. But still, professors of Islamic higher education in Indonesia and also students, they are like global agents. In university, they have to be academicians, but outside university, they have to be, good preachers. That is why their experience in the West in terms of understanding new modern critical hermeneutics of scripture also influence how the way they interpret it. Okay, the next is questions and answer sessions. I would like to invite maybe three. Okay, Pak Ajar, Fadli, and Muhammad. Okay, Pak Ajar, please. Pak Ajar, please. Please introduce yourself briefly and then to your question.
My name is Ajar Permono. I'm from Rahman University, Sahiron. My first question addressed to Professor Sahiron. You mentioned before that there is any two types in versus Quran, Muhkam and Tashabih. This is, I can say, clear and not unclear, but hidden meaning. I will bring it into the type of verses in the Quran. This is one is hard verses, or we call war verses, ayat-ayat perang, and the secondly is a peace verses, ayat-ayat damai. I read in your book that the hard verses or war verses should be behind or below the peace verses. Am I right? Okay, please elaborate more for this seminar. And second question, actually the simple question to Professor Totoli. You mentioned that translation actually is interpretation, and for that, can I say that the translator should be a historian or a philologist? This is a simple question. Thank you very much.
Okay, Fadli.
Thank you very much for all the lectures. My name is Fadli. I'm from Quranic Studies Department. I have one remark and two questions. The first is, Professor Totoli mentioned earlier that every year there is new English Quran translation, and that shows how the discipline is grows. But you can see here that our discussion is not so much limited to translation in this panel, and this actually reflects the situation in Indonesia. Not every year Quran translation in Indonesia comes. My remark is this related to two things, I guess. The first one is because of the existence of the national Quranic translation by the state. where the Ministry of Religious Affairs, this like highly monopolized or dominant translation, like no individual Quran translation can compete with this state Quran translation. So it's not like an ideal way to do the scholarship to write the full Quran translation, because the market will just look the state translation anyway, because it's free by the state. So the private institution just print it and distribute it free. That's the first one. The second one is maybe because Indonesian scholars love to talk about methodology much more than the actual interpretation or the actual translation. That's why the discussion about which methodology to use to translate the Quran, which methodology to use to understand the Quran is discussed much more than what is the translation of this verse. And when we discuss what is the translation of this verse, it's usually under the idea of what methodology to use. Mana kumazat, any other method. Like it has been our discussion for decades now, I guess. And this panel shows this situation in Malaysia. We those who talk about methodology rather than, and when we talk about the interpretation, it should be a selective first, like war first, peace, interaksi beragama, or anything. That's my remark from the presentation. And two questions to Pak Sahiron and Pak Yusuf Rahman. I have an idea about the history of hermeneutics. I'm looking for your comment about it. In my thesis, there were two phases of the coming of hermeneutics to Indonesia. The first one, hermeneutics come through the Arab thinkers, Muslim Arab thinkers like Hasan Hanafi, Nasr Kamil Abu Zaid, Abdul Rahman. So the Indonesian scholars doesn't refer yet to Vedama, Sohail Makar. No, but they studied Amina Wadud or Abdul Rahman or Nasr Kamil Abu Zaid at the early phase, and maybe like the generation of Ibu Hamama and Pak Amin taught their generation, and this later generation comes to Europe and they start to learn the general hermeneutic in Europe, like Pak Sahiron, and then Pak Sahiron didn't only bring Hasan Hanafi but also Gadamer. This the second wave of the hermeneutics, the general hermeneutic, and the first wave is the Arabic Muslim hermeneutics of the Quran, and this is how Indonesia become a melting pot of these two kind of hermeneutics. So what do you think about these phrases? And the third question, I remember that when I was in bachelor study, hermeneutics is like a big issue. Everyone talk about it, not only in the universities but also in popular sites and everywhere. But now we don't really heard about it anymore. Is it because the general acceptance of hermeneutics, or is it just because we fed up with this discussion? Like we exhaust with this discussion and we turn into another topic. What do you think about that? And yeah, I know that Pak Yusuf Rahman have research about the situation in the universities, but I'm wondering about the situation in the larger area. Is it just is it a general acceptance of hermeneutics, whether the terminology is hermeneutics or others, or is just we fed up with the discussion? And if it is an acceptance, and this question specific to Pak Yusuf Rahman and Pak Sahiron, do you think Makna Kumaza contribute to the acceptance of hermeneutics in Indonesia? And this is why Pak Sahiron shouldn't answer this question. This should be Pak Yusuf alone. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for all the insightful and enlightening presentation. I have each question for each speaker. My name is Muhammad Zikadafi, one of which is mentioned by Professor Yusuf Rahman as one of the young promising scholars. Thank you for that. First of all, for Professor Roberto, what I learned from your speech and also from the research paradigm developed in the European Quran project is that you try to capture the more positive and constructive connection between the Quran and the European context. That the Quran translation has not been involved only in a polemical contestation between Muslim and Christian, but the Quran indeed influenced how Europe perceived their Muslim counterpart. My question is a bit abstract question. With regard to the studies of the Quran, and by that I mean its translation and commentary in Southeast Asian region. So what kind of research paradigm do you think we should develop? Obviously, the Quran here in Indonesia did not experience the dilemma as it did in Europe. So, but still, I think such awareness to approach the Quran in the very specific context of Southeast Asia region is important. So, just like the European Quran, I mean. But on what grounds, I think I would really appreciate to hear your comment on this issue. My second question to Professor Sahiron, I noticed that there is an emerging concern within the academics of the Quran worldwide about locating the Quran as an active actor in the context of late antiquity. So they began to study the Quran and its biblical subtext, the Quran's termination in the Syriac Aramaic literature, the Quran in the pre-Islamic poem, and so on and so forth. My question would be, have you and how did you anticipate such awareness of the late antique study in your case of what you called Al-Ma'na At-Tarifi and Al-Marza At-Tarifi in your previous lecture? And my third question is directed to Professor Rahman. I really thank to you that you have outlined the general overview of how the university and their graduate orientation. But I'm wondering what are your opinion about this graduate orientation, whether we should focus on producing merely academic of the Quran, or we can still stay with these three, not necessarily, but sometimes contradictory graduate orientation, in my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you. Should I, yeah, you have a question about the backgrounds of translators, the second one.
Yes, I have two questions, one
Yes.
and then the other one. Thank you very much. The question actually by you was if supposedly good translator must be a historian and a philologist. Absolutely yes, but not only a philologist and a historian. I think that's the starting point. And absolutely to carry out a philological and research in history, trying to understand the environment, no, of the first circulation of a word, of a text is fundamental. But from that also it originates a problem because, you know, language, words change in meaning through ages. And the mediation between translator and the text is always something like a binary approach to the original meaning and trying to convey meaning in his age, her age, as a translator. So you have always, in any case, the problems how to carry out this mediation in the relation between the original text and the reception text in the age when you are writing the translation. So I think absolutely every translator has to carry out a research in philological meaning, in historicity, but this does not solve the problem with the relation of your own language as translator talking to your contemporary listeners, readers, and so somehow you have always to face the problem. Actually, it is the real problem that also every old text has with contemporary audiences. Because yes, the word of God of the Quran is something very strong, carried out in centuries, and somehow and so on. But the reception also for not Arabic speakers can be very complicated according to the contemporary meaning and contemporary use. And so the balance in terms of translation is always try to keep to the historical philological meaning or to come closer to the reception language of the translator. And you cannot go beyond this problem in any way, and this is the limit of every translation. The relation to the original text, to the original meaning, and the mediation you have to do with your knowledge and your contemporary readers and somehow receptors of what you translate. As regards, this is my opinion at least, and this is a very interesting question. I try to answer very simply in our conference, and also your speech and your speech is very interesting in terms of Islamic studies, history, relation between Western tradition and what's going on in your university. Yeah, very stimulating and very interesting. Yes, first of all, polemics was absolutely the original key for what I said, but also, when we are talking about the Middle Ages and modern time in that peculiar situation, given by the fact Islam coming later, and so the problems to deal with this new religion, it was somehow the only key that made scholars act to produce knowledge about Islam. You have really the perceptions that many wrote in the polemical way because that was the only way, according to their habit of mind, but also to circulate their knowledge in the harsh situation. But then you have also something that is really coming out from our research in the European Quran, that you have many other things behind the polemical habit, permitting everything, but then you have some incredible uses in inter-religious polemics or in the rivalries between Protestant churches and Catholicism. You see that some of them use the Quran and Islamic knowledge to play as something like a third actor in the inner relations, and also you have some small but significant aesthetic discussions. You have also the fact that sometimes you use the Quran maybe to discuss about the origin of the translation of the Bible. So you have an incredible number of different uses in a larger environment where the polemical attitude is important. As regards the second question, which is also very, very important, what is this in relation of what is going on in other tradition like Southeast tradition and so on? I start to learn also from what I've heard, which is a very important question. I only mention one thing relating to the relation between Western scholarship, the reception here. I just want to tell you that I very admire that you studied in McGill, coming from a place like Indonesia to live in Montreal. I think it's all my admiration, minus 30 degrees. It's very difficult. Congratulations. It's very interesting what about this history. That I'm listening here to the reception of Western scholarship related to philological and historical tradition. In the field of Oriental Islamic studies in Western academies, we are going on in the last 20 years a much larger discussion about somehow criticizing this philological oriented approach, post-colonial studies, much more attention to what is new, I think, social studies and contemporary stuff. And it's quite interesting how in this attention to the old school of Islamic studies, philologically, historically oriented, in Western academia you have a lot of Muslim scholars, and also you have a reception here. This is quite interesting. Going back to a kind of our project, European Quran, where the historical, philological part is fundamental. And I think that the development here of this interest also with people educated in traditional Western academies, Germany, the Temple of Philology, we say, Leiden, one of the major places in the study of this stuff. McGill is also North America, is one of the old traditional institutions. It's quite interesting. It's very important and really go beyond some of the developments you have in Western academia, where they debate about how to approach the study of the Arab Islamic culture is very heated around discussion about the words, concepts. I just came back after a conference in Chicago in the American Oriental Society, where the final business discussion, whereas everywhere in Europe and so on, if to take out the term Oriental from the association, no, the term of the post-colonial critique and so on. And what was very inspiring there, but in the discussion, there was also a very good colleague in the studies of Islam, Abdullah Baladari from Emirates, that after half an hour of discussion, approaching me and colleague said, what's the problem with the word Oriental? So you have this incredible situation where the spread of different models of education are really changing the idea of a clear separation between them. This is very interesting according to our conference here about the previous conferences, the reception of some lines of scholarship in Indonesian academy, what's going on also in Western, where the paradigm is changing, where there are debates. This is very interesting. It gives the idea how borders can be crossed in the name of knowledge. It is necessary to go on confronting, talking to each other, and to see how also hermeneutically we are really in an ongoing situation and things are changing and debated and discussed.
Yes, I wrote an article entitled Peaceful Message Beyond the Permission of Warfare and Contextualizing Interpretation of Quran, Surah Al-Hajj, and 3940 to 40. Yes, in this article, I tried to interpret for any process for any process of war that were first revealed to the Prophet Muhammad. And then before interpreting these verses, that I remember the Quran Al-Imran and verse 7 talking about the vision of Quranic truth, right? The man in the Bashar we have clear verses and ambiguous verses, normally translated, but I think that's so good. And I look at the then the question was raised, what does Mahkamah and the Tashabbih mean, right? So I look at the opinions of classical Muslim scholars like Al-Baghdadi and many others. And and before that, I worked also an article with Kam and Tashabi, an American study of Baghdadi and his interpretation of Ali Imran, right? So I know from this that there are so many differences in relation to the vision of the Quran and the Tashabi. And mostly with regard to the linguistic aspects, difficult one and not difficult one. Yes. And then when I talk about the Quranic verses on war, then I propose a new definition of Mahkamah in the Tashabbih. In addition to what is said by Muslim classical Muslim scholars, I add something, namely those verses that are not those verses that are seemingly not in accordance with the main message of the Quran, namely Rahmatan lil Alamin, mercy for the universe, can be called mutasyabihat. Ayat-ayat yang nampaknya tidak sesuai dengan kasih sayang Rahmatan lil Alamin, yang nampaknya tidak sesuai, maka mutasyabihat. And those verses that are in line with the moral ideas, in line with the mercy for the universe, are called muhkamat. So this is the additional aspect that I proposed to the audience when I wrote an article on verses on war. Then, by this definition, then I include Quranic verses on war, ayat-ayat Quran, into mutasyabihat verses, clear verses, because they are seemingly not in line with the moral ideas, not in line with the idea of mercy. So then, first of all, you'd like to, therefore, when I interpret the Al-Hajj 39 to 40, أُذِنَ لِلَّذِينَ يُقَاتِلُونَ بِأَنَّهُمْ ظُلِمُوا وَإِنَّ اللَّهَ عَلَى نَصْرِهِمْ لَقَدِيرٌ, that consists of the provision of warfare jihad. That I include these verses into mutasyabihat verses. And if someone, tries to understand the Quran mutasyabihat verses, then we have to remember, فَأَمَّا الَّذِينَ فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ زَيْغٌ فَيَتَّبِعُونَ مَا تَشَابَهَ مِنْهُ ابْتِغَاءَ الْفِتْنَةِ وَابْتِغَاءَ تَأْوِيلِهِ. Right, so we have to be careful. When we talk about the mutasyabihat verses, right? Especially verses on war. Then, in order to be careful in interpreting such verses, mutasyabihat verses, then I put these verses below, on the top is muhkamat verses, and muhkamat verses on peace, unity of human being, and so on and so on. This is a muhkamat verses. And below this one, mutasyabihat. So don't put muhkamat and mutasyabihat at the same level. No, that is very dangerous. So then, in order to understand the verses on war, we have to put these verses under the muhkamat verses. So then we have to, interpret these verses contextually, or possibly linguistically, contextually, and so on and so forth. In order that we can put such verses in a proper place. Normally, somebody put, muhkamat and mutasyabihat the same level. This is problem. It's contradictory. In itself. So, jadi harus ditempatkan di bawah muhkamat dulu dan baru mutasyabihat. Nah, dari situlah maka kemudian by doing this, then we can grasp the significance of the verse for the time of the Prophet Muhammad, in addition to the historical meaning, and also the significance of this was for the contemporary period. And I found after doing all of this one, that I come to the conclusion that the main message, the significance of this verse is not war itself. But, first of all, the abolishment of, government, unjust, and justice. للذين يقاتلون بأنهم ظلموا بأنهم ظلموا must be underlined. So then the main message of the verse is not war itself, but we have to, we have to abolish the oppression against other people, against communities and so on and so forth. The first one. The second one is religious, religious pluralism. Look at the, this verse here. فلولا دفع الله الناس بعضهم ببعض لهدمت صوامع وبيع وصلوات ومساجد يذكر فيها اسم الله كثيرا. If there were no war against in order to defend the Medina city at the time of the Prophet Muhammad, if there were no war, no defensive war against the polytheists, the Meccan polytheists, then synagogue, church, Christian church, synagogue, mosque would be destructed by it. So then, defensive war at the time of the Prophet Muhammad was in order to defend, in order to make, places of worship from different religions. To be safe. To say that one. So, meaning that the main message is religious pluralism in this case. Dan buktinya, kan, gereja-gereja, sikap dan sinagog, masing-masing dipertahankan. Nah, so then, again, this is the war verses must be put under the Muhtaman verses according to. So not in the same way. Therefore, this is why I am brave enough to say something like this, because of the Quran verses. Quran verse Al-Imran ayat verse 7. وَالَّذِي أَنزَلَ عَلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ مِنْهُ آيَاتٌ مُحْكَمَاتٌ هُنَّ أُمُّ الْكِتَابِ محكمات هن الكتاب. Meaning is the main verse is the Muhtaman, not mutasyabihat, not on war, for example. Ini saya serius kok. So, really, that is okay. The second one, nanti perpanjangan. Second one, Mas, yes, you're right. Jadi at the beginning, the inclusion, of hermeneutics into our curriculum here in Yogyakarta, especially through the opinions from Muslim scholars, modern contemporary scholars like Hasan Hanafi, Nasr Hamid Abdul Zaid, and so on and so forth. And then the second wave. Directly from, let's start again. At the beginning, I quote Hans Yogyakarta from the book written by Nasr Hamid Abdul Zaid, for example, right? And then this is the first way, the first way of the transferring hermeneutics into here in this university. And the second wave we read several books written by Western scholars like Hans Rahman, Russia, Heidegger, and time, or Hitler, and so on. Then while the second wave occurred at the time, because some aspects, some hermeneutic aspects were misunderstood by Muslim students in Indonesia, and even by Muslim scholars like Hans Rahman. Apostle Rahman read the book written by Hans Rahman, Wahrheit und Methode, Truth and Method. Hans Rahman also read the work of Emilio Berti. He tried to compare two scholars of hermeneutics, right? Hermeneutical scholars. But then, Hans Rahman at the time said that Gadamer's hermeneutics belongs to subjectivist hermeneutics, subjective school of hermeneutics. Hermeneutika Hans Rahman itu subjective. Subjective meaning, the rule of a reader in creating meaning is very important. Very menguasai agama gitu ya, very important. Dominant, very dominant. And then Rahman put Hans Rahman into subjectivist school, like for example, Roberto, and so on. Good. This opinion was held within Muslim students here in Indonesia, especially in Jakarta. And when I was in Germany, learning one by one chapter to another chapter until the end of the Wahrheit und Methode, and we discussed together with the students of teaching in our university, Bamberg University, and we found out that Professor Rahman misunderstood Hans Rahman. Therefore, probably the second wave was created by myself. And then when I brought many books, articles written directly by Western scholars. In order to, of course, we need secondary literature, secondary sources, of course. But after that, can we look at directly statement here and within the words. So this is the last one. Nah, sekarang kenapa jadi sepi hermeneutika? Karena sudah pernah sudah paham. Or probably we can bring new books on hermeneutics, hermeneutics into our university. Karena ini kan betul-betul lama semuanya, kan baru-baru nih pemikir baru new thinkers. Misalnya new criticism-nya siapa masuk ke sini. Perlu dibahas sampai tugas sama Fadli kan, teman-teman kata atau juga mahasiswa yang itu di sini ya. Jangan pas lebih terus, masa aktornya sama sejak kata mahasiswa Rahman. Ini juga aktor sebenarnya itu. Yang memperkenalkan Mas Abu Zaid dan saya itu mahasiswa. Kalau saya kan syakro dia. Kami bahasa Indonesia sama right? Jadi gitu. Nah, terakhir, late antiquity, yes. So I wrote an article, makna kumbangsa approach, paradigm, principles, and methods. So 3 times. When I talk about method, of the interpretation within the Makna Pembaza approach, I put intertextual as a mean of interpreting the book. Intertextuality meaning how someone can relate to a text with others. Because, okay, within the Islamic literatures and with the hadith and with the poets, poesy, and with also texts from different religions. So it is very important for me. So this is one of distinctive of the Magna approach, right? So using linguistic analysis and then historical context, blah blah blah, and intertextuality, and the other one is intertextuality. So intertextuality, by this method, I am interested in bringing together the idea of late antiquity. So therefore, when I talk about the intertextuality, look at, for example, the concept of, the concept of Israel in Christian text, in Jewish text, and so on and so forth. Because we imagine that some Quranic verses actually responds to this something something within or a certain aspect within the Christianity, within the Judaism, and within also Islam. So therefore, I encourage our students to see, for example, corpusquranicum.de in order to see the text surrounding the Quranic text. So yeah, probably in German language. Right now, I think there's an English one. You're right. Udah, sudah capek ya, gitu saja. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for the question from Pak Rahman. Whether hermeneutics is not controversial anymore in Indonesia. Are they fed up already with this issue? I still think that the issue is still debated by, maybe not by scholars, but by the committees. If we check the YouTube, the articles, books on hermeneutic, they still find this issue. Me myself actually is already fed up with this hermeneutics, because each semester I'm offered to teach. Each semester, this semester with the Department of Quranic Studies, the next semester with the Department of Hadith Studies. So, but I think, and one of the assignment that I asked the student is to check through articles, books written, and also YouTube on this issue, the pros and cons of using hermeneutic in Islamic studies. So each semester, I still see some publication on this issue. Even though I feel fed up, but I see that hermeneutic has many many positive ideas. As you know, there is a triangle between text, context, and interpretation. Professor Patoli, the difference between the past context and the contemporary context, and this is the contribution, as I can say, of hermeneutics. Yeah? We have to see the context where the Quran was revealed in the past, and how we as the contemporary reader understand and interpret the Quran in present context. So the issue of makna and maghza is also related to this past and present context. Professor Sahiron wrote his dissertation on Shahrur. I wrote my dissertation on Nasr Hamid Abu Zaid, hermeneutic of Nasr Hamid Abu Zaid. And for this, you are right, at least according to me, that we Indonesian know of hermeneutic through Muslim scholars, through Nasr Hamid Abu Zaid, through Shahrur and others. And when I wrote this dissertation, I had to take a course on hermeneutic in Faculty of Religious Studies. My faculty is Institute of Islamic Studies. They don't offer hermeneutics. So I had to take the course in Faculty of Religious Studies with Professor Maurice Butang. And I learned about Pauliker, Gadamer, Foucault and others. Yeah? So that's what I see from hermeneutics. And next question about what is my opinion about these three profile, graduate profile. I think you already read my paper on the apologetic and normative and academic studies of the Quran in Indonesia. I present for my professorship. Yeah? And I really was influenced by Andre Ripin's articles, academic scholarship and the Quran in Oxford Handbook on Quranic Studies. And one of his suggestion is that the academic scholarship for tafsir is not to find the true meaning of the text, the true meaning of the Quran. So according to Andre Ripin, this is not academic scholarship. The academic does not try to seek what is the true meaning of the text. For him, which I agree, the work of tafsir, the tafsir studies is how to understand why the mufassir interpret the text this way or that way. So that is academic scholarship. So whether the profile of mufassir, is it the orientation of the Department of Quranic Studies in the university? For example, when we read Walid Sareh as a Muslim, does he, when he studies the tafsir, his purpose is to find what is the correct meaning of the text? I don't think so. Yeah. Our colleague Ali Imran, yeah, who will present his paper later today or tomorrow, he discussed about the three ecosystem of Quranic studies in Indonesia. He differentiates between Quranic studies in pesantren, in boarding school, Quranic studies in higher education, and Quranic studies in Majlis Ta'lim. Majlis Ta'lim minimum. Religious circle, yeah. I haven't read his paper yet, but because your question is what is my opinion? My opinion, this kind of Mufassir is the product of maybe pesantren, maybe Majlis Ta'lim, but not from higher education. Maybe I am different here with the governor, with Professor Sahiron and others. Yeah? But that is my opinion of the profile. That's why I'm really still concerned, yeah, with the thesis, the dissertation written by students, which I categorize as not academic writing. They are maybe normative or apologetic study of the Quran, which is not suited to be written in higher education, especially for graduate school. So that is my opinion. You may differ from my opinion. I think that is my response to both questions.
Thank you for the responses from our three speakers. I actually want to open another session for question and answer, but the time is up. We have to stop at 12. And before we close the session, please give applause to our speakers. Okay, I will give back the time to the committee if you have some information, and I close the session by Assalamu alaikum.
Ya, karena besok udah nggak ada sesinya lagi. Besok pulang lagi. Apa?
Ya.
Presenter dulu di situ. Semuanya.
It's time for a break. We have a lunch there. So the audience is there and our guests in the room. But before that, we request all of our guest speakers to have a photo session in front. Because it's one of an important thing for us.
Let's take a picture while using the. We go back.
Yeah. In 300
Depends how many
technologies we study saying by seeing our photograph. So please, Professor Totoli, Professor Sahiron, Professor Yusuf, we will have a photo session. Silakan ya Pak.
Okay, ya sudah. Okay, don't go there with everybody, please. Yes.
Profesor Muhammad, silakan Pak Ali, Pak Saif, Pak Ikhwan, ya.
Semuanya ya.
We'll have a short photo session and then ya audiens di luar sudah tersedia makan siang dan nanti kita akan menuju sesi paralel jam 1 jam 13.00. Semoga kita bisa mulai tepat waktu di PAU lantai 1 dan di Aula Pasca Sarjana lantai 1. Jadi sesi plenary kita adakan di sini hari ini, besok sesi plenary juga di sini. Terus sesi paralel kita pindah ke gedung pasca di lantai 1 untuk paralel ganjil 1, 3, 5, 7 dan di PAU paralel genap 2, 4, 6, 8. Tapi sorry 6 dan 5 di switch nanti ya. Paralel 5 di PAU dan paralel 6 di pasca.
Habis ini semua aja foto.
Oh iya, boleh, boleh. Oke.
So after this, everybody can come to the stage. Okay? Apa yang mahal dikatakan? Sudah. Oke. Sudah. Oke. Yang lain boleh ikut foto ayo semuanya sekarang nggak apa-apa. Ayo. Ini ada 3 stage. Kita maju. Just move forward. Ayo. Buruan. Ini ada 3. Nah. So, yes. 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 So, monggo. Ini di sini. Ini ada 3 garis.
Saya dari itu langsung.
Gak apa-apa. Ayo mulai di tengah. Kita bisa. Duduk ya. Duduk kan? Yang badannya duduk ya. Yang badannya kecil di tengah. Oke. Nah.
Ini ada yang pindahin kali.
Kalau masih penuh duduk lagi di depan situ. Cukup kok, serius. Sini. Nah. Sebelah sana juga gerimbang.
Sebelah sini.
Ada yang sebelah situ, Mbak.
Ada sana.
Betul. Di depan. Enggak, sebelah situ. Yang sini Bogor, sana Medan. Yes. Nah, semua kan? Masuk semua. Tuh ada yang nggak mau ikut takut foto. Nah.
HP dong.
Pakai HP.
Ya, sekali lagi ada makan siang di luar. Yang satu kita semua berkumpul di PAU dibagi 2 dan di Aula Pasca Sarjana. Akan ada 4 panel dari jam 1 sampai nanti jam 5 ya, atau jam 4 lebih.
Yeah. Go back to the point. So we'll have time. Other sessions will be in another building.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
But you will explain it to us. right?
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yang di Albania itu Ottoman.
So we'll have lunch in the room that we welcome you this morning.
Kayaknya masih yang
Wah. Oh, apa? Sudah selesai?
dulu yang apa dulu? Dulu tentang apa?
Oh, makanya mesti. Boleh, 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 boleh. Iya, iya. Ya, ya, di mana? Program apa? Mana? Ambilnya program sekali. Gimana, gimana? Aduh. Kalau misalnya familiar. Oh iya, iya. Halo, ya. Gorontalo. Oh, Gorontalo. Win saya. Hah? Win saya juga kan. Oh, gitu. Jadi win saya di tengah-tengah. Win. Iya, iya, iya. Ada, iya, iya. Boleh ada. Wah, ini taman. Oh, oke. Ada di mana? Beberapa dari enggak, maksud saya alumni Jakarta. Sekarang kan lagi di Gorontalo, Bro. Oh, Gorontalo. Jadi berarti, hah? Oh, boleh. Sini aja. Ini orang yang sana.
Hah? Kak, kenapa? 0,5 loh bisa semua ini.
Malu aku di situ sini aja. Sini aja sini.
0,5 atau 1?
Dua-duanya wait.
1, 2.
Apple gitu.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ini kan kamu yang dur.
Boleh, boleh.
0,5 ya?
Jadi,
Ini cara ini dah. Mungkin 0,5 ya. Tapi bukannya kata sulit. Oh, ini. Ah, ini bagus ini. Ini kok. 1, 2, 3. Oke.
Gak usah handphone gini lah. Nah, itu aja.
Satu ya.
Ini video.
Video ya.
Ya, video. Kita video lagi.
Satu kan kalau begini. Kalau lima ya. Karena banyak tuh apa mempresentasikan fisiknya
Apa?
apa tulis jual.